I found some frozen. I found some frozen. What do you call it? I found some frozen pot stickers at the bottom of the freezer, and I ate like a raccoon. I did. I ate that. Slipknot fan. Wow, cool. Looks like a turtle. Yes. Yes. Your mic is far away. Oh, there. Let me move my mic back to where it needs to be. There we go. Thank you, Japochi. Thank you, Japochi. I appreciate that. Is it better now? It should be better now. Okay. We're drawing some. I guess this is like critters inspired because they have like quills and stuff, and they're on the hunt to get prey. Actually, don't even know if I want the feet to be as large as they are. I want the legs to be kind of. Didn't know that was a bow and arrow lol. I thought it was wearing a ring that fires a laser. Nice. Foros warriors. Nice, yeah. They sure are. Kind of don't like the way the leg is working out. A wee bit top of the night fan, top of the evening. I mean, Wi-Fi is laggy as hell today. Not sure if it's me or your side. I feel like it's. I'm gonna have to blame everyone else. I'm gonna have to say it's everyone else. Twitch is twitchy on me. I'm gonna have to say it's not my fault. It's I have fiber optic cable, guys. Like it can't be my fault. Rolls block news. Types in random letters. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Hot flaw. Fine for me. Try turning it off and on again. Thanks for checking. It's probably on my side. I've been using ChatGPT for the past hours. Is that Ninja Turtles? There's a song called "Oh the Morning to Ya" by House of Pain. Nice. Reds, it's always fantastic coming across an artist like you these days. I'm from Australia. Nice. We have an Australian. Whoa, what a giant! YouTube has just recommended me. I'm done with accents. Have you seen that guy who collects copies of Titanic on VHS? He's got 5,000 copies by Titanic. Was sold 2 tapes in one box. By Titanic was sold 2 tapes in one box. So he's really got 10,000 Titanic tapes. Yeah, there's all kinds of weirdos out there, guys. Watch out. Watch out. There's all kinds of weirdos. I'm trying to see how to make an ID and not be used for non-legitimized art community. I'm trying to see how to make an ID and not be used for non-legitimized art community. Future Oil, good morning, sunshine. Yo, yo. Maddie, what the? Thank you for the raid. Shout out. Maddie. Did I do that right? I did it right. I think I did it right. Thank you, Maddie. How's hi Foro? Wow, your art is amazing. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Nice. How's your guys's how's your guy? Thank you for the shout out. And a problem, Keith, Swagger. I'm just doing like a kind of a Critters inspired. I guess these guys are like Critters inspired. I don't know. Something like that. I just dropped something. Oh, there it is. Okay. Got it. Anyway, they are really cool. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. If you've seen the movie, I get this is like Critters inspired, I guess. You know what? This does seem like a warmer white, though. Now that I'm being told, now that I'm looking at it, it does seem like a warmer white to the other whites I had. Wow, look at that! It is a warmer white. What the? This whole time I thought I was using. Oh, this is okay. So these are two different. Never mind. Okay, well, I'll have to remember that those are two different. How was your stream? Future Oil, lol, Maddie, Future Oil, nice line quality. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I just wanted to draw like a hunting scene with like little critters going through the forest doing critter stuff. Maybe I'll title it Tribe or something. I don't know. Thank you for the follow. I need to find my other. Thank you for the follow. I think I need to find my other Fibercast out. It was a good stream. Thanks. Doing some studies of mushrooms, pretty relaxing. Nice. In Chicago, there's famous commercial song that goes like this. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, guys. Thank you. I don't know what happened to my other Fibercast though. My favorite pencil of all time. I feel it was just here the other day. I have General's Choice. I have Conte A Paris, which I'm sort of curious about. Like if I were to use this as my highlight. He's mad. Chorus. He's mad. Glad. He's glad, but you would be glad at Max Madison's. Do you want to drop your socials in the link? Do you want to drop your socials in the link? I think Nikki's art and my jaw was on the floor. Absolutely love this style. Thank you. I just put a pic in the movies Discord double tapes. Nice. Yeah, I think my issue is that I need to kind of somehow find a way to like render without getting rid of the sketchy style. need to find out what this pencil is. I really like this warmer white. Oh, it's the ivory. Okay, so it's the ivory. Okay. It's the ivory. Thank you so much. Love watercolor. It looks fantastic. Hand stitch. Love your style. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you have no one, also no pressure. Are you using pastel pencils? Let me give you a follow really quick. Follow. Go to Instagram. Follow. Nice. Yeah, watercolor I'm very jealous of. I could never like really figure it out. Like, you know what I mean? I could never like figure out the watercolor. It just looks like all my watercolor, because I did it in black and white and didn't know what I was doing. It just ended up looking like poo every time. I don't know, just it looked dirty and incoherent. So this is definitely the opposite of that spectrum. As much as I tried with the watercolor a couple times, it just kind of went nowhere. Like, unless I was sitting here and just rendering out super carefully, I just don't understand how you guys are getting what you're getting with watercolor. Is this watercolor? What the? This is some high level art. I definitely followed you on the Instagram. I'm just looking at your stuff, and I just don't get it. It's gouache, and I do watercolor sometimes too. Oh, it's so... I need to find out what the difference is between gouache and watercolor is. I just don't understand how you're getting the results you're getting, because like everything I did in like watercolor stuff, it just ended up being like dirty looking and not, you know, I just couldn't. For watercolor, look up James Gurney. Gouache is opaque watercolor, so you can paint light over dark too. Wow. Yeah, this is great. This is definitely like some high level stuff. Maybe I should try it. I don't even get how you're not, like, how you're doing it without everything looking. I just don't get it. Like I've tried it, but I didn't. You know. It's so, yeah, it's clean. That's the thing. It's clean and coherent. You can tell what's happening. That's the thing. It's like with my stuff, it was just like, it just didn't look anything like that. All right. I'm glad I found you. I'm gonna keep following you. Cause like, thank you. But when I look at your art, I feel the same. Oh, I appreciate that. I mostly just draw like creatures hunting and war stuff. I need to order more Faber-Castell. I need to order more Faber-Castell ivory. That's like, this warmer white is like perfect for kind of like what I want to do. Kind of the direction I want to go into. Carolina, I do aquarelle, but I am learning gouache. It's completely different. Nice. That gate piece on your that gate piece is really cool. I love the perspective. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was like, I did it from the perspective of like the isometric perspective, like you would see in the game. That's how that got inspired. Is like, that's how the Path of Exile game looks. So that's why I did it. Where's my little brush? The little brush always vanishes on me for some reason. And every other brush that I'll have to use this one. Yeah, I just chill and draw on streams. Foros is doing with Foro like Foros is doing with stone textures. It's just all random dots, lol. Yeah, I feel like I do a lot better whenever I add in like metallic reflective stuff, things start to really pop. I feel like it's really easy to do like the metallic kind of stuff. I don't know, it's easy to spice up a picture and just add in some metal and reflective and it just really takes off from there. I'm gonna try and do this kind of like new style of rendering that I don't usually do, where I use pastels to kind of like like take out the contrast and then re-render until it looks like very, I don't know, different to my normal style. So I'm trying to like enter into like this new phase. Where's my pencil? Sorry, I have my desk is so disorganized. Where's my normal pencil that I use? With Aquarel, we use white, the white from the paper, so it's like painting backwards, only adding darker and darker. Boulder Gates 3 was the first game I played with that perspective. Yeah, Boulder Gates, like I know my buddy was super into that. Johnny Pearson, good day. Alvaro Casgnet is amazing watercolorist. Nice. Knew some movies in the US were divided into 2 tapes. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Stepped away during the raid. Wow, amazing slideshow. But yeah, Maddie's work is phenomenal. Such a great teacher and over the art community as fine. Yeah, if I catch your stream, I'll have to stop by and check it out because I just couldn't understand the watercolor stuff. You know, without putting another like 1,000 hours into it. I'm sure I could have like worked out something, but it just wasn't. I don't know. It just didn't look very good. But yeah, I like to, whenever I don't have any ideas, I just draw toothy creatures. It's kind of my go-to. Hey Bruce, thank you and welcome. Howdy everyone, by the way. Thank you, Bruce, Digital Painter. Thank you. Chibochi, howdy. I need some food, so I'm sneaking into lurk, but super happy to find your art stream for us. Have a good one. Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate the raid so much. Thank you. that bicep down a little bit. These guys do look a little Turtle Ninja-y, but hopefully they're distinguished enough towards the end that yeah, unfortunately today, Chipochi, I did end up having carbs because I I ended up like I was looking through my freezer, and at the bottom of the freezer I saw pot stickers that were laying around, and I ended up consuming that. Where are you located in the world, Foros, if I may ask? United States, Illinois. United States, Illinois. From New York myself. Nice. You need the energy, lol, so you're good. Definitely felt like I needed some. I definitely, like, when I saw them, I'm like, I know I'm gonna eat this. You know what I mean? Like, when I saw them, I knew I was gonna eat it. Only music tapes can be flipped, I think. Says Slipknot fan on YouTube. Nice. Jipochi, how did we do on Helldivers last night? Did we not crush it, kind of? There was a few missions where we were kind of crushing Helldivers. That's my other fiber castall that's actually white. I'm gonna sharpen that up really quick. 43 people that are not at work. Shame on you people. What the? Well, we got a huge raid, that's why we got 43 people in here. What the? They need to go back to work right now. What the? Crazy. I wish I had a cam on my sharpening so people can see my sharpening skills. Not that they're that great, but this is gonna be a fun picture. I'm gonna sharpen as fast as I can without breaking the lead, which is always cause dumb teammates. Oh, dude, the teammates can't. Oh my god, there was one mission we just had to leave. We just had to leave the game. Like all they did was they just kept getting us killed. It would have been like I just couldn't take it anymore. It was like these new maps with the hives where you have to go inside underground. Between that and bad teammates, I just couldn't take another minute of it. I'm like, we have to leave. Like this is too much this is too much. I wasn't ready with this pencil. I wasn't ready with it. Maybe that's what Carolina was talking about when I was bringing out the ivory pencil, the warmer white. Maybe that's what she was talking about. Good thing I didn't play because then more than likely I would get you all killed in Helldivers. Yeah, new players tend to do that. New players that, you know, we'd make sure you have a loadout that is... If you played with us, we would make sure you have a fairly non-destructive loadout that, you know, you can't... It's harder to kill your teammates with. That game gets frustrating sometimes. It's okay. I also do it with Foros. I try to use this grenade launcher and it has auto lock, but somehow some missiles locked onto him randomly. Yeah, it's a huge issue. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for single Philly lines. Philly line, thank you. Sorry, I know I'm sharpening my pencil for like half an hour, but this is, I don't know. I didn't realize this was gonna, it was gonna turn into such an issue. Did you see that movie called Cocaine Bear? I have not seen it. I have not seen that movie. I have not seen that. Shame on those people, Nikki, says Chris Maycock. How's it going, Nikki? Thank you, Chris Maycock, for stopping by. Yeah, Helldivers is hella fun. When it's going your way and you're knocking out enemy bases, it's hella fun. When people are getting you killed over and over again, it's like, it's the opposite of that. Quite the opposite. These Fibercast dolls, they really are a lifesaver. I'm gonna try to render this more like with the style that I've been doing with my like just sketching phases, like when I just sketch. Like I'm gonna go over this with the eraser, re-render it, and then like use the pastel to like dampen. I don't know. I just kind of want to change up my rendering style from meticulous to something a little different. Let me go pee really quick. I'll be right back. Oh my god, Teddy Bidet. Thank you for stopping by, Teddy Bidet. Soul Creature. See, YouTube seems like it's like constantly reloading. Is YouTube running fine right now? Is YouTube running okay? What pastel are you using now? I use, well, this one was the Germany Pit Pastel Fiber Castel for the warmer white. It runs fine. Okay, maybe it was on my end. It just kept showing that it just kept loading. My pleasure. Good to see you again. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad to see you again. YouTube runs good for documentaries. Oh my god, you guys, this last night I was falling asleep and I was listening to another one of those like documentaries about how our brains aren't real and reality isn't real. It was like super awesome. So this neurosurgeon, he was talking about how basically like he was describing like all these people who have like had 1/3 or two-thirds of their brain missing, and that those people were just functioning just fine, and that he believes that the brain is a necessary part, but our consciousness does not come from our brain kind of theory. It was super interesting to listen to. I was like, yo, this is my kind of content. Like he was kind of hinting at there's something else going on in terms of like consciousness getting kind of, I don't know, I guess it kind of falls into this, maybe if you really stretch what he's saying, that it kind of falls in line with the simulation theory kind of stuff. it was super interesting because like you actually have a neurosurgeon telling you that people had an outer body experience when they were doing surgeries on them, and they could see the surgery and describe the tools and the conversations that were happening, and just all these people with like parts of their brain missing functioning just fine throughout their life. That he believes that the brain is sort of a mechanism for like there's no part of your brain that can do there's no part of your brain, like he was saying, there's basically sort of abstract thought. There is no part of your brain that you can like look at where abstract thought becomes a thing, that they believe that it comes from somewhere else. Essentially, it was so interesting. I don't know. That's my kind of juice. Like whenever I want to go down a rabbit hole, I'm like that's what I gotta see. What's up, GSTY? Hope you're all doing great out there. That is interesting. Also, they cannot explain how someone who has been out of consciousness can wake up just before dying and remember everything and talk to before passing. Yeah. It's super interesting. Like I said, I've always found it very suspicious that people can have dreams that are sort of fully realized and rendered out. Um, but when they wake up, you know what I mean. They can't remember like what they ate that morning. So it just seems like kind of that it would. It's hard for me to imagine that it's sort of localized sort of processing of the brain when you're sleeping, because you should be waking up tired if that's the case. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if your brain can do a simulation, a multi-year simulation of a life you've never lived when you're sleeping, it should be able to carry over that genius when you're awake, but that's not the case. So I've always found that to be very suspicious in terms of like saying that that's a localized kind of processing. It's super interesting. It is as if memory is not stored only in the brain. That's what I'm saying. I kind of, I know this is crazy, but I kind of believe that's the fact. That's the fact that we are not. There's something more going on with the brain than just it's a synthesis of like your life experiences, and it's trying to figure stuff out. So it's kind of like giving you dreams, like these sort of like fever dreams that are kind of random. I think there's something else going on. Nikola Tesla says something that the brain is a relay more so than it is like a localized processing unit. Now, obviously, you need a brain, but there's been instances of people missing 2/3 of their brain and being like gifted students, right? So, which would be contrary to the materialist sort of viewpoint on that. Again, I'm not claiming anything. I just think it's that's like my favorite rabbit hole to go down is the this is simulated, or this is kind of like there's something more going on. Uh, I don't know, but it's super fascinating. Like, why do some artists, like, you look at some artists and they draw like scenery or whatever, but some people just pull out like these intense. I don't know. They just have different things that come into their mind, and that could be their childhood stuff or whatever. Obviously, this is like not this like what I'm drawing isn't that crazy, but you know what I mean. It's just why are they seeing different things in their brain that they didn't see in real life? Why is that this sort of the messaging they're kind of getting constantly? I think it's I don't know. I'm not claiming anything, but I'm claiming something. Can anyone explain the simulation theory? No, because it's kind of a complicated subject. But I do want to. If you want to go into it, I'll go into it. I can't claim to like explain all of it, but I'll definitely blab about it for sure. We have a simulation theory enthusiast. Cruz, thank you for the follow. Basically, like a lot of it seems like a lot of modern physics is sort of come to the conclusion against the materialist sort of viewpoint, and like some claim if you look up a Slipknot fan, look up David Hoffman, David Hoffman, and he's like one of the big sort of stars in the. No, not David. Did I say Donald Hoffman? Donald Hoffman. Look him up. He is a physicist that sort of went down that rabbit hole, and is basically, you know. Thank you for the follow, Ramiro. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I did turn that down a little bit. There we go. But yeah, the simulation theory goes something along the lines of like we well you would think I'd be able to explain it better with how interested I am, but I can't. Basically, you know how they say, like, you know how a gaming engine works, where it doesn't render where you're not. It doesn't show you what you don't need to see. So like with the double split experiment with the light photons, you have the photon sort of behaving differently depending on whether you're looking at it or not. In sort of suggesting the idea that it's sort of working the same way as a gaming rendering engine would, where if you're not in a certain room, it doesn't show you sort of where you're at. It doesn't render that stuff, implying that is sort of reality is sort of being simulated as you go through it, and it's showing you what you need to see. Now, obviously, like if you go back to like critters that were like less evolved, like back when you just had germs that were photosynthetic, and they had like some piece of their skin that was like more able to sense light, like it was a beginning of the eye, let's say, but they had like the beginnings of an eye system. They didn't need like a very accurate representation of what was happening because they weren't like intelligent enough to like perceive it anyway. But things are sort of escalating, and we get a much more accurate version of the on reality. But in terms of what's happening behind the scenes, it's hard to say. Squatting Cat lurking while at work, happy to watch the pencil magic. Thank you, Squatting Cat. Thank you. Yeah, I would look up. David Hoffman is very interesting to listen to about the simulation theory, and what's the other guy I listen to sometimes? I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. But basically, we live in a simulation, like, and it's like the current world is a result of our consciousness, kind of a thing. Like we're things are only as bad because like that's sort of where things are at in terms of the overall consciousness of humanity. I think Donald Hoffman is a very good person to like listen to because he is very scientific and like his way of explaining it is very like sciency. So I think it's good for people who are like who need that they don't want to listen to the woo woo I felt something in the night kind of talk. They want like a physicist that slowly explains that like listen things that aren't adding up kind of thing in the materialist model. In fact, like like when they simulate atoms, it never works out when they do a physical representation. Like when they do a physical model of atoms, the models never work out. They always do like basically at the core of every like same way you look at like grass in a video game. There is no grass. It's just like it's just information at the core of it. Like things look like they look like in real life, so you perceive something as a river or grass, but if you zoom, it's like a low resolution version of what we exist in. But if you you know in our world we can zoom in and see the cells of like grass or whatever, but there is like down when you get down to the smallest particle that we can see, there is no like atom. It's just information, uh, kind of thing, and so I wish I could explain this more eloquently, but because I did it before. Like I went into these arguments with a little bit more elegance, but I'm kind of butchering it now. But like I would say, I need to find the guy and send him to you. Definitely check out Donald Hoffman. He's like a very easy entry into that kind of sort of way of thinking because he it's very non woo woo. It's just he explains it from a scientific point of view, and obviously there's some leaps happening, but it's not very like it's not a spiritual explanation. So it's like much better sort to like kind of see him first. But I'm convinced that this world is sort of basically okay. So basically, like it goes like this. You have like what they're saying is basically it's not like I think a lot of people think of the simulation theory as like we exist like there was a materialist world in which eventually a computer was built, and a computer is simulating a world that we live in like the Matrix, which is not what they're saying. They're saying consciousness is fundamental, is the only thing that really exists, consciousness, and that is rendering out our world, if that makes sense. So there's like this some of them believe that there's like this big consciousness and we are the little version of consciousness that learns. We're like the little particles that are sent here to learn, and we add to the overall consciousness, and we go back to the big consciousness and add to it, and then get requisitioned for another life to learn. And sort of like that's and it's trying to reduce entropy. I forget the guy's name who like really advocates for that idea, but that's what he thinks is happening. Is like it is horrible and awful here, but we're still like we're living through from life to learn things, and you know, basically, we're just sent down. We're just like sent down. Like we are like okay, so yeah, like I said, it's not that it's not there's no physical reality. It's just consciousness rendering everything, and it's trying to reduce entropy. Basically, conflict. You know, at the end of it all, they're saying we all gotta like learn to love each other and all this kind of stuff. Um, like I said, I wish I could put it down a little bit more eloquently, but right now my brain is functioning at my typical two neurons that are like still working. I'm gonna get my big brush and kind of smooth all this out. I think you're explaining it well. Thank you, Carolina. I appreciate you glazing me even though I'm failing terribly. I feel like last time I tried to explain it, I was a lot more acute in my... Because I was like into it and I was like listening to a lot of that stuff. And like I said, I'm not saying necessarily... I don't know what's happening, but I do think this world is simulated. Like, and I've never had like a religious experience or like a spiritual experience like where I saw things. It's just, I'm just gathering data and listening to physicists, and I'm pretty sure we're here to like learn and like I don't know, you know. Oh, Carolina, I tried watching the Swedish Night movie with The Seventh Seal, and it was all in Swedish. And I was like, I was working, and I had the movie in the background, but it was in Swedish, and so I couldn't like I couldn't read the text because I was working. So I'm like, okay, I'm like, obviously I'm not gonna understand anything, but I did try. I gave it a try to watch it. I do sometimes wonder though, with how often I draw war and things of that nature, like who was I in my past life? Because like I draw for entertainment, but I do kind of sometimes consider like, am I adding positivity into the world or progressing? Because you would like to think like what you're doing in life is sort of improving the overall state of the world. But I'm like, is me drawing warfare over and over again? Is it was it good? It was slow and it was in a different language. We'll have to watch it, Jipochi. We'll have to watch it. The thing is yes, it's good. It's recognized as a great movie. I'm sure it's a great movie. It's just that like I was working, so I wasn't able to read the text. So and it was in Swedish on Tubi. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not. Then It's pointless for me to sit here and listen to it. Do you have experience with big pens? Do they blend well, or am I doing it wrong? No, I've never had experience with that. Is Alien Earth it's Alien Earth today? We can watch it. I do have work, Jipochi, but I can probably squeeze it in. It's only like 40. Is it? How many minutes is it? Felt just an atoming away. Is definitely contributing, but nothing but trash. I'm definitely contributing nothing but trash. Felt. I wish I could remember the other guy's name. It's just the other guy. He was also a physicist. The interesting thing to me is that it's not spiritual people. Although the spiritual people from a long time ago, like the Eastern religion, they kind of came to the right conclusions in some ways, but through the wrong portal in a sense, because like people like me, I need things to be solid. You know what I mean? I need things explained to me in a way that's concrete, sort of derived from scientific like hardness and expanded slowly. There's some leaps I'm willing to make, but if someone is like meditating in the mountains and they're like, I saw this, I felt this, I'm like, I can't buy that. I can't buy that. I can't really chew on that. You know what I mean? So that's why I listen to like the physicists that came to this conclusion of the non-materialist worldview, because I feel like they're on the right track. You know, they're saying words I don't understand, but I'm into it. You can see it with English subtitle, but the translation is really funny, and a lot of Swedish old slang is lost in translation, but it is good anyway. For me, it is the pictures in relation to the history. Yeah, I've watched some movies like that too that were translated. In I was watching, I think it was Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger, and it was like I was like 15 when we went back to Belarus for something, and the translation was like hilariously off. It's like In some aspects, it was like I'm not even sure how they. I'm not sure who was translating it because even having like passive knowledge of English, it's like you couldn't have thought that that was a translation. But it's just funny how translation works. See, now I won't be able to sleep because I can't remember the other guy's name. Donald Hoffman. He's an American scientist, and then there was uh, hold on. This is gonna eat away at my soul. This is gonna eat away at my soul. Hold on. I can't live without telling you guys. Um, he'll come up. I I think. Okay, I can't remember his name, but there's two. There's two. See, there's kind of a darker train of thought in the simulation theory, is that basically there's people who believe the one worldview where you have a greater consciousness, and we're little version. Us humans are like little versions of the consciousness, and so the system is working to reduce entropy, yada yada, right? Good stuff. And then there's people who believe in sort of a darker version of it, where it's sort of like the Matrix. There were greater beings, and we're stuck inside of a simulation, and our energy is being siphoned infinitely. And the only reason we have things like, you know, being convinced to buy that better car, or pursue materialism, or get emotional about stuff, is to siphon our energy. And we exist in a non-reality because these greater sort of eldritch gods are we're stuck inside of their world forever to serve their, to be extracted our emotional energy for them, and that's how they feed their civilization. Now, I kind of don't buy that, because it seems like an advanced enough civilization, like once it passes a certain stage, it doesn't need some microbic, unadvanced apes to be like their sort of like servants. You know what I mean? Like once you push past the Roman Empire, you're not conquering. You're just you don't need like the slugs to be your like we humans do not torture. We don't go outside and look for slugs under rocks to torture them, right? For the most part, most people don't do that because it's a waste of time. We're like past that stage of that level of cruelness. So I don't buy into like the super cruel version of the simulation theory of this is just a hell that we exist in for no reason. I kind of buy into the lighter version of it. Like it can be horrible, but it's sort of like even if you get a terrible life, you are going to add to the information once you go back that will sort of reduce entropy, I think. I could be wrong. Maybe we are owned by sort of an eldritch god that sort of just tortures us for no reason to like extract our energy. I just kind of don't. Maybe I just don't want to believe it. I just don't buy it, because it doesn't make sense to me that an advanced enough civilization would do that. If that makes sense, it wouldn't revert back to like super nonsense, like cruelness for no reason kind of thing. Like if they're so advanced that they can trap us inside of a soul trap, it doesn't make sense to me that they would like do that for experimentation or whatever the reason is. I hope I'm making sense, but that's the other simulation theory, is that we're sort of under these sort of, our life is sort of a simulation for sort of a more advanced civilization to extract energy from us. And that's why, like, you know, every time you follow the ego or whatever. Sam Harris. No, not Sam Harris. Not Sam Harris. This guy has like a long beard and uh, I know I'm gonna remember it. But I definitely recommend checking out Donald Hoffman. He's a very easy entry into it, and he explains it in a way that is I think most people can make the leap. They can like eat that information because he comes from the sort of hyperlogical stance. You know what I mean? He doesn't ask you to like pray or meditate. Although he does meditate or whatever, but I'm saying that the way he explains it is not like, you know, I meditated for so long that I saw all this stuff. He's explaining it from a standpoint that is sort of like you could most people can consume that information and be like, okay, this at least is like somewhat maybe true. Whereas the other guy, he was also a physicist, but he's so far advanced that he says stuff that's like a little woo woo. Thomas Campbell. Oh, Tom Campbell. Carolina. You know about Tom Campbell? That's the guy who I'm talking about. See, I think he's a little bit more advanced, so it's harder to listen to Tom Campbell because he's like, Caroline, you know about Tom Campbell? I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Yeah, that's the guy who I'm talking about. He's the guy like he's like I feel like he's the real, but it's just that he sort of says things that are like hard to. It's like too big of a pill to swallow sometimes. Wonderful speaker. Yeah, Tom Campbell. That's the guy I'm talking about. Small world, by the way. I do sometimes, like I said, I do sometimes wonder where my consciousness is at, because all I do is draw like horrific stuff, and I'm like, am I just unadvanced? Like I haven't really moved on forward, because like I'm still drawing tribal warfare for you know what I mean, for the most part. Maybe in my past life I was like I don't know, Genghis Khan. I don't know, but yeah, Thomas Campbell is awesome. I just can't believe you know about him. Sorry, I really don't like this guy's body position. I don't. He needs to be like leaning forward more. Carolina, I'm so happy you know about him. I'm not like the only weirdo that like is online listening to the simulation theory. I definitely think you need a brain to function. I'm not saying that the brain is like you cannot have a brain, but I think it's a tool for. I think it grabs information not from just the localized experiences. There's something more going on there. I think this arm needs to like if you look at where the shoulder would be, the arm position is bothering me because the shoulder would be here, this arm would be like further back. I will drop a link to the one of his interviews on Discord. Yes, yes, please do. Please do. I'll definitely check it out. Isn't it? It's so interesting. I really do. I really do. Like, especially when Thomas Campbell, when he goes into, when he was working on those early computers, and he was figuring out where the problem with the code was through his visions, and he could tell like where in the, because they would use like these punch hole cards to do the programming. That's how the computer read it. And if it was off by 1/10 of a millimeter, you wouldn't be able to tell with your eyes. But he would see where the problem was, and he was able to decipher that and fix it through his vision. And so he not many people do know of him. Not yeah, I know. I know. It's crazy. I feel like it's the only question to be asking. You know what I mean? The nature of reality and like why we're here. I'm like, isn't that the question? I mean, I know you got to make money and stuff, but you know, you got to put food in your mouth, but did I use all the blades? Oh, I still have some more. Making donut to get bread. Making dough to get bread. I know, yeah. And that's what I kind of like Thomas Campbell, because he kind of advocates for, not becoming sort of a monk in the mountains, although there is some benefits to that, like of just sort of going into meditation for years or whatever, but facing life for what it is and facing the challenge of life, and like in the situation that you are in is the way to, and it's sort of interesting because he kind of goes into like, if you know too much, if you kind of go into the sort of the internal world and figure out how the system works, you can manipulate it, according to him. I'm not claiming this. You can manipulate it to like make your life really easy by knowing how the structure of it works. But he advocates for not doing that, but just living your life honestly and just facing the challenges for, head on. But yeah, you gotta make the dough. Unfortunately, you gotta make some dough. Those Jimmy John sandwiches aren't gonna pay for themselves. What kind of creature are you trying? Chin? What do you mean trying? I love how he opens up with trying. Like, it's obvious you can't do it, but you can try. No more Jimmy John's. Yeah, I don't want to live in a simulation that doesn't have Jimmy John sandwiches. Sorry. Any cheat codes in this simulation? I need infinite money glitch. Me too, buddy. Me too, buddy. Same sentiment over here. Let me go turn on the air conditioner for the dog. It's gonna get hot today. Today is gonna be 31 Celsius. I'm gonna turn on the air conditioner for the dog and turn up the fans for myself. 1 second. If everyone figures it out, then nobody needs the dough. If everyone figures it out, then nobody needs the dough. 1 second. I'll turn on the air conditioner. I think the guy's name is Howdai Mikowski, the guy who talks about the soul trap idea. The darker, I forget what his name is. It's also very interesting. It's also very interesting. Howdai Mikowski. He's got a Polish last name. Start paying close attention to people that act like NPCs is a starting point to get into. Wait, Thomas Conger says start paying attention to people who act like NPCs is a starting point to get into a little bit Slipknot fan. You'll start to notice certain people in your life around you only have a few talking points that they say over and over again. Thomas Campbell too. You know, Thomas Conger, I agree with that, but sometimes, like, I feel like sometimes, like, I do that too, is, like, I'll turn into an NPC because, to be safe, you know what I mean? Because you don't want to go around and be, like, super special all the time and talk about this stuff because, like, you're gonna freak people out. Like, you know what I mean? Sometimes you do just kind of want, if you're in a elevator, it's not the time to bring up Thomas Campbell. It's like a script they regurgitate. Yeah, but sometimes you do have to, default, like, it's not always a smart idea to be, like, bringing that up. Sometimes, you know, if somebody, let's say you meet somebody for the first time, that's not the time to bring up Thomas Campbell. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's the time to, like, chill out and just talk about video games or something, or the weather, because, like, I agree with you, but I think we all do the I don't think... I do. It does feel like some people. It does feel like some people like they are. It does feel like they're like literally NPCs a little bit, but it's fine. You know what I mean? Like I don't. I get it. Like, because until I'm sure I was NPC-ish or whatever pre these ideas kind of stuff. So. But for instance, 8 out of 10 times I go outside and certain people will come out and walk around with me no matter what time I go out. And walk around with me. And I have a friend that only says the same 4 topics over and over again, even if you hang out with him all day. I've been friends with him for decades. That's brutal. No, I get it. No, I get it. Like, but like, I'm sure the thing is that I'm sure they look at me. Well, maybe they don't, but I sometimes wonder if some people I know see me as an NPC, because there's certain people I only bring up certain things, like, you know what I mean? I know they like this topic, I'll go and talk about Halo or whatever. I don't bring up like the super heavy stuff because it's like, I've been telling him that he needs to stop telling me, his friend of 20 years, the same information every time I hang out with him. You're an artist, you're not an NPC. I'd like to think that I'm not an NPC, but I'm sure relative to some people's, level of consciousness, Kamuwamu, welcome, man. How's your day going, buddy? We're just talking about the simulation theory. I've just met you. I've been an artist for 13 years myself. Nice, nice. I need to like check out like what did I title this stream? Sketching creatures. Okay, I need to just title all of my streams sketching creatures. NPCs say the same script every time they're prompted. Yeah, I think like I wouldn't get too, like, I feel like there's a lot of like maybe a little too much negativity towards the NPC crowd. It's fine. Like I don't think everyone needs to like be, you know what I mean? Like if they're not ready, or maybe some people are placeholders. You know what I mean? They're just there to like make sandwiches and stuff. Like it's fine. Like I don't think like I don't think we should. I don't know. I just want to be cautious against getting super negative about the NPC crowd. And I again I don't want to say that like I'm like so advanced. I'm not an NPC. I'm just saying like I do this for fun. I have incredible pattern recognition. Nice. I just wanted I no nothing negative about it's an observation. Imagine the mainstream media when they all read that script they get in the morning and those montages people make of them saying it simultaneously. Yeah, I like all I'm saying is I would caution against being super down on the NPC sort of like you know when you perceive someone as not knowing something it's fun. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to be like they're unadvanced. It's you know they're just where they're at or whatever. I you know because they don't like just because they don't agree with that necessarily. Because I do think I am somewhat of a I'm at a level of like a relay. I'm not really I'm not like seeing these things myself. I'm just watching the smarter people and just sort of functioning as a relay on those ideas. If that makes sense, I'm not myself like a super advanced person. I'm just like I just find these ideas super interesting. I don't want to come off like I'm super advanced and then everyone else that doesn't get to that is like not advanced. I'm just you know. Uh there are super advanced NPCs. I think humans can be activated and turned on to become an NPC. I'm a conduit. That's kind of how I view myself. I just find these ideas interesting and I like to talk about them, but I don't put myself up there with the Thomas Campbells or the physicists that are coming to that conclusion through their, work. So I think like I think it's just a varying degree of NPC. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just a like a slightly more advanced NPC that's sort of interested in these ideas. I want to get understand more about what they're talking about, but Carolina, I have all ingredients set up to make the steak tarte American we talked about the other day. Only problem is that I'm really drunk. Nice. Uh, I have noticed that about some people saying the same stuff over and over. I always say I'm not the artist, I'm the paintbrush. They get stuck in feedback loops. Yeah. I do Slipknot fan, I do kind of feel the same way with the idea of being like the paintbrush cuz like a lot of my ideas they just come to me, right? I don't know where they come from. It's just like that's what I was talking about before is like why do some people want to draw flowers and some people draw like little war tribes, and it's the same top, like all of my pictures are like the same kind of like exploration. There's like exploration, monsters, warfare, and I keep regurgitating the same ideas over and over again. Why? I don't know. I'm stuck in that paradigm. That's just like what's sort of coming to me. I think perhaps that says something about my level of sort of consciousness too. Is sort of exploration and warfare. Like I'm basically interested in the same stuff I was when I was a kid. I'm just like slightly better at drawing now. You invoked Muses as Stephen Passfield book, The Art of the War of Art. You invoke the Muses as Stephen Pressfield's book of War of Art. You show up to work and they come and guide your hands. That's sort of what I'm saying. Like it does feel that way. That because I don't choose my ideas, what I find interesting is just inherent to me, and that's what I draw. I do feel like sometimes I'm just a conduit to like sort of the ideas that come to me. I'm not necessarily like, I'm not like in the morning choosing anything. It's just I already kind of know where things are gonna go based on my previous, works. The muse will never show up if you don't. Then again, sometimes I feel like I repeat myself all. Rini Ren, welcome. Wednesday. Yeah, it is Wednesday, isn't it? Nice. Kamawamu, did you drink the cognac already? Cheers. Well, in England right now, it's inappropriate. It's the appropriate time to drink, so it's understandable. We don't judge. I can only hear about how this cat puked and he had to clean vac it so many times in the day. I'm like 15 minutes behind the stream. Slipknot, refresh the page. Slipknot, hit that little icon on the top left of your screen. Refresh the page, see if your stream catches up, or go to the Twitch. Twitch usually doesn't like behind like that. Then again, maybe my friends has toxoplasmosis. I'm glad we found some simulation theorist enthusiasts, because this is like this is my favorite. Donald Hoffman. Yes. Slipknot fan, go check out Donald Hoffman. Not right now, after the stream. After the stream is over, you're allowed to leave. Having said all this, your work is amazing. Thank you, Thomas Conger. I appreciate that. Vodka. I usually stick to vodka. I finished about an hour ago, so you will witness my gradual decline into sobriety. My chat interactions will be inversely proportional to time. Understandable. Me and Jipochi were playing Helldivers, and I had a couple shots of vodka, which made me a lot funnier, to be. Donald Hoffman. Yeah, Donald Hoffman. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, not David Hoffman. Donald Hoffman. Do you know of the company Vivi? No. Have you done any comic books? I have not. No. I'm not a comic book guy. Not that I'm against it or anything. I'm just saying I don't do comic book stuff. God, I love talking about the simulation theory. Chat away, Kuma. We all love conversations of Kuma. Yeah, Kuma conversations are welcome. I have all the stuff for Filet American. I just need to sober up before I get the knife out. Vodka shots while gaming. Very nice. Very entertaining. We were fighting for managed democracy, so. I don't want a piece of my finger included in the culinary adventure. Yeah, you don't want that. Um, Gonna have to rewatch this stream for all the simulation talk. Thomas Conger, yeah, toxoplasmosis is pretty worrying. Something like 80% of Americans have it. Most Brazil has it. Isn't what was that word? Toxoplasmosis. Isn't that the parasite you get that makes men more aggressive and females more passive? Or am I thinking of the wrong? There's like this parasite I heard that is in Brazil, especially that cats carry. That if you get it, it makes men more aggressive, and if females get that parasite, it makes their behavior more yuppers. Okay. That's what I heard about it. Isn't it weird how like we think we are who we are, but you could have a parasite that like the reason you're more aggressive is because you have like a parasite in your body that's influencing your mind, and like your like suddenly your whole personality shifts. But yeah, I've heard of that before, where the parasite can influence your behavior. Sugar alone can do that to our brains, let alone plastic spoon with of plastics we have in our brains now. Rabbit hole goes deep, my friends. Yeah, that's true. Sounds like a gnarly parasite. Sounds more interesting than shitting your pants. Yeah. The rabbit hole goes deep, my friends, but that's just my simulation theory. It's called cat scratch fever. That's entirely other weirds. One Slipknot. That's an entirely other weirds Slipknot. I always just thought it was a song. Lol. No, it's a real damn thing, as well as bad shit crazy. I like to think these guys use their quills as the arrows and their spears or something like that. Kind of a derivative of the critters concept, like where they shoot the quills out. But these guys use it as they're the quills that grow on the back as a weapon. You ever hear the story about that? A bunch of scientists were exploring a cave when bats came out and flew and fly. They always take poops, guano, hence that shit crazy. you ever hear of an artist, Peter Grick? No. You remind me of him. He's one of my favorite. Peter Grick, my favorite living artist of all time is David Cho. Peter Grick, I've never heard of that name before. Nice. Interesting. I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. The dystopian stuff. Definitely has like some Geiger influence and some of that Polish guy. I forget his name now. Your layering is amazing. I appreciate that. Nothing going on upstairs. Batshit crazy might just mean that there's been nothing going on for a long time while. Should I put tribal tattoos on these guys? They feel like they should have tattoos. I just don't know what to put on them. They almost remind me of, like, these dudes almost remind me of that game, Munch's Odyssey. Lol, subscribe with notifications on. Nice. You ever use grease pencils? No, I don't even know what that is. Do you always use this medium? Remind me of what medium it is again? Someone brought that up. Is that like the pencils? I use them for shadows and reflections. Someone brought up like what my favorite medium is, and I'm like, I just draw with pencils, bro. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying right now. I'm sorry for being like super dumb, but like I don't know what words mean, I guess. Someone that has like above room temperature IQ, remind me what a medium is. Or like when people say like help me improve on my values, I'm like, how? I don't understand what, like I don't know what that means, because I don't know what that means. Like when people ask for help, they're like, can you help me become a better artist? I'm like, from what you just wrote? No. Like what do you mean? I would have to be there. I would have to like look at your work, and it would take like time and asserted mental effort. I can't, I don't know what people mean when they say, when they're like, give me advice. I'm like, on like, what do you mean? Like, like, you want me to teleport to where you know what I mean? It's just like, it's not that easy. And a lot of times your tool set kind of depends on what you're trying to achieve too. It's like, what are you looking to get? You know what I mean? Like, what are you trying to do? So it's hard to medium material. So you like, meaning that like pencils is my medium, like, or like I'm a pencil enjoyer. Medium is the tools you use to create. Okay, so I'm a pencil enjoyer. That's my medium. Paint is medium. Pencil is medium. Clay is medium. Okay, nice. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I am a pencil enjoyer. Nice. Thank you, guys. It's crazy that I do this every day. I just draw. I have no idea what's happening. Like I don't know what mediums are. I don't know what pronouns are. I just exist, guys. Like I don't know. No more challenging questions, okay? Like keep the questions to like, keep the words to four letter words. Don't confuse me. I'm like a painter. Nice. Problem with me too is like I'm very sloppy. If I had a casual pencil enjoyer, if I had paint, there would be paint all around me. I know myself. I can only be trusted with like crayons and pencils, because like this entire room would be filled with paint from ceiling to floor. So I can't be trusted with paint around me. It's just gonna get spilled everywhere and things are gonna get chaotic. Learn about them. I love that you can smudge them to create shadows on top of paint. Learn about them from Derek Hess. Never use signs since. Never stop using them since. Nice. Sometimes I think I should use complicated words in case people don't understand what I'm saying, lol. No, you can use them. I just won't understand what you're saying. So I can paint a painting with my values and enhance them using black and white grease pencils or China markers. Like, how's it possible the blades go, like, a steel blade goes dull so fast? How's that even possible? I think what I need to do is I need to buy like a sharpening knife for the wood, and then use these to like do the graphite, because they dull down so fast sometimes. Sometimes a word is three words combined, but no one knows the word. It's better to use the three words, right? It's good that we can learn from each other. Isn't that great? That is one thing about humans, learning from each other. It is fantastic. Very helpful. Like right now, I can say you're drawing some homusul. I've heard the word homusul before. Have you heard of the word hamuncu hamunculi? Hamunculi? No, I've never heard of that word. What's the goal of a cell to pass along information? Of course, I have lol. I've never heard of that word, and it's very motivating to watch you draw. Thank you, Carolina. Because you're like, I've seen your art. You're pretty good. Like I've seen your vampire, and it's like, thank you. I used to make a drawing every week and send everyone a happy Friday greeting. Nice. I still do post my stuff on Facebook so my friends can see my progress and stuff like that. But maybe I should use this ivory. Because my mom, who's an artist, she was commenting on. She might be watching, by the way. Who knows? But she was commenting on me using the white for the highlights on this warm brown paper, and that it's a sort of a mistake because white psychologically looks like it's further away. So I think eventually I'm going to move into using more ivory for a warmer white kind of look. Maybe that's what Carolina was talking about. Maybe she saw this pencil, because this is. I actually didn't notice I was using this, but this is a warmer white. It's like basically like this yellow hue to it. I definitely agree. If you don't tell me about the tarty recipe, the memory of the dish would have become confined to a distant memory that I wouldn't have remembered properly. But after one of my best friends passed away, I did not make sense to say Happy Friday anymore. After one of my friends passed away, they did not make sense. It did not make sense to say Happy Friday anymore. Understandable. Single. Hune colos single. Hunculus plural. Very small human or humanoid creature. Maybe that's what I should name this picture. Homunculi. Let me write that down really quick. Don't write in chat so it doesn't go up too fast. I'm gonna write that. Maybe that's what I'll title this. Because I was gonna title it Hunt, because they're on the hunt or whatever. Maybe I'll title it that. Seems like a fun word. It'll make me sound more clever if I use a bigger word. Let me. No one write in chat. Hold on, I'm trying to copy a word by hand. Homunculi. I think Prey. JK. That movie was alright. I just kind of like, I was just like, meh. I think Prey would have been better. I think that Prey move would have been better if they just focused on the dude that's the main hunter of that tribe, and they go on the hunting party. Let's take that chick out of it for a minute, and then they go on that war party, thinking that it's a rival tribe, and half of them get wiped out. And throughout the movie, they try to hunt the predator, and they can't, or whatever. The predator keeps killing them off because the predator is there to hunt or whatever. And the Native American guy, he taps into his ancestral power, and he does like this blood ritual, like before he goes into the final hunt. Like, it would have been a much better movie. Like, the movie would have been strong just as a Native American guy versus predator, and the predator wipes out most of the tribemen, right, who are hunters, because they think it's a rival. They think they're being hunted down by a rival, whatever tribe, right? So he goes deep in the mountains, and he does a prayer, he does a blood ritual with an eagle, all this kind of stuff, and taps into like this greater hunter kind of internal instinct and kills the predator. That would have been a much more compelling story than like what they had. So that's the way I would do it. I think just the concept of Native Americans versus the predator already very strong. They didn't need to do the whole like, you guys won't let me hunt, and then like it's like, it's like fine, but like she did fail at the hunt. Until you pointed it out, I didn't like the cliche "you're not good enough," and then proceeds to be good enough or better. Even lol, I was just waiting for the action scenes. Lol, yeah, I know. Hamun's cool title. Lol. Some people said the brother and sister should have worked as a team instead of just one girl winning at the end. Like, I don't think they needed to do any of that. Like, they did. I just think the idea of Native Americans who are natural hunters, hunter-gatherers, versus predator. Stop right there. It's fine. It's already like they could have done the other stuff too, but they should have opened it up with warrior hunter, Tribe gets wiped out. He has nothing left. He goes in the mountains and prays to gather the spirit of the ancestors, and goes and kills the predator, and then unites the natives again. You know, he becomes like the top warrior. Beautiful. Stop right. There's no need to add in like anything else. Kagan di Aki have several different white and gray tones in their soft pastels in cold and warm tones. Karan di Aki. I only trust Faber-Castell. I'm just a Faber-Castell fanboy at this point. When it comes to pencils and inks, I agree. Uh, let's not forget how hard the first Predator was to kill. Arnold struggled. Yeah, Arnold struggled, but Arnold was a soldier. I feel like if you're he struggled, but a Native American who has been hunting from the time they were born is a different level of elite soldier. You know what I mean? Like, that's a different level of, you know what I mean? That mud scene was iconic. It was the only thing I could remember when I was watching it as a child. I've used so many color pencils over the years. I must RE garbage, and most are garbage. And POV of the Predator. The prey girl ate the flower, which lowered her body temperature, which was crazy, pretty crazy. Oh, did she do that? That's a good idea. Lower your body temperature to where the Predator can't see you with its... Which is super unfair. Honestly, if the Predator is hunting down people who are not technologically advanced, it's like, how fun is the hunt if you're... You know what I mean? If it's trivial. If you can go invis and you're super strong and you can see them through the forest because you can see their heat body signature. It seems kind of trivial, right? What I want is a human versus eyeball alien possessed xenomorph. Nice. Protagonist always needs to find a way to become invisible to beat one. Let's not forget how hard the alien was to kill in the first Alien movie. To be fair, they didn't bring rifles on their vessel. I haven't watched the latest episode yet. I might do that later. I've sobered up. Yeah, me and Jipochi are gonna do the next episode. Jipochi, are we gonna watch the next Alien Earth episode? I know it's kind of going off. It's getting very silly on the Alien Earth, because it seems like a lot of the things that go wrong is because everyone just doesn't follow protocol. Like, you have all these scientists, you have all these people with machine guns, you have these multi-billion-dollar laboratories, and everyone just leaves doors open, or they unlock computer terminals. It's like, it's hard to take it seriously when the only reason things are becoming arbitrary silliness. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Is it's hard to take the show seriously because you know the next reason that something will go wrong is someone goes, "Oh, I left the door open. The aliens." You know, it's like make it a little bit more. You know, make it a little bit more clever than that. Make me believe when you have like these robots that are hyper intelligent and you have like these multi-billion-dollar security systems and everyone's just like, "Oh, I fell into the room." Or why did he go in the room? It's because he like broke the door. Well, if you broke the door, it's time to put that laboratory on lockdown and call reinforcements because it's an issue. It's not the time to be like opening doors. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, what is happening? Like, so it is getting like very silly and hard to take seriously because of that. Oh my god. Sinyo Sen, thank you for the follow. You made the right decision today. Just like the movie Sinners, so stupid how it all went down, but the cinematography was great. Yeah. You know what? 28 years later also had like really good cinematography, like fantastic cinematography. And I think what held it back was the director. Like, sorry, the director just held it. He just took the reins and he just held that movie back. I think the writers were thinking they were being clever by making half the characters that are technically children, so therefore it's logical that's stupid. But the problem is they're children, but even if you put a child's brain in a highly, like, they copy their sentience into a really advanced supercomputer, right? You would be a child for a few days before your neurons adapted, I would think, right? It's like you would be a child in that first instance, but a week later, with a fully developed brain, with a child's brain, you wouldn't keep being a child for too long. The reason a child is a child is because their brain is physiologically underdeveloped, right? They don't have certain things. They can't comprehend certain mathematical algorithms. They're not, there's things that like a child can't do. So if you uploaded a child's brain to an adult robot brain, it wouldn't take much more than a week, I would think, for them not to become an adult, but they would understand, oh, suddenly I'm processing all this, I have all this processing power in my brain now. You know what I mean? So they wouldn't, and it's just like, why are they being given tasks to go feed like the most expensive assets on Earth, which are these aliens? I get it. The guy with the blonde hair told them to do it and stuff like that. There's some David stuff going on there where he's sabotaging it. But at the same time, it's like, why are these children robots running around randomly making decisions? They should be like in some confined area. You would lock them down into some confined area. And because the show is so loosey-goosey all the time, it's like you like can't take it seriously. Now, I'm still into it because we're gonna sit there and we're gonna make fun of all this stuff. I'm just saying, if I was watching this alone, I would have already tapped out. I'm just being honest. I would have tapped out at this point. That's when you know the writers lack imagination. They do, yeah. I thought the worst thing that happened in the Alien movie was that scene in Prometheus when they go near the damn black goo cobra creature. That's the other thing, is they always have the overly curious scientist that's like putting his face right next to the eggs and is like inviting and it's like, stop, dude, like, you don't, like, that's not how, nobody in reality acts that way. I know they gotta move the movie along, but I feel like, can you think of something else other than the stupidest reason to like keep this moving? And it's just, I feel like me and Jupochi could have sat down for 5 minutes and we could have thought of a better reason for the infection. And when they introduced the spores in the, what was that, Covenant, the movie Alien Covenant, when they just had the spores spewing like the little air things into people's noses and ears to infect them, I'm like, now it makes, it's like there's no, it's like they're playing so loose and fast with the how you get infected that it becomes arbitrary. It's like, oh, the walls, the spores. It's not like there's a strict logical reason for why things happen. Like in the first Alien film, you had this distinct life cycle that you had the alien. You had the facehugger. Facehugger turns into the little creature. The little creature turns into the drone. Very understandable. This is all like they're just playing so fast and loose with the rules that it's hard to take seriously. We're gonna keep it going just because like we're already like we've committed to this watching Alien Earth, but man, is it falling apart fast. I really like the visual style and atmosphere. Basically, the director and cinematographer is really good, but the writers is a bit stupid. Yeah, and that's the issue, and I don't blame him. Listen, when you have when you have a corporation like we have to kind of like zoom the graph out and understand that this is being made by a multi-billion-dollar corporation. So they bring in very talented people, and sometimes they bring in their friends who they like, and the friends are stupid, but they need a job, and they're like, listen, you're a good guy, and whatever. And then you get this kind of writing where it's just like just really fast and loose with everything. And I think Prometheus kind of like, it had the aesthetic of a much greater movie. It should have been on a such higher level, because the aesthetic of it is amazing. It's just that, like, you're really telling me David figured out how to use the ship and genocide the engineers? Like, even on Earth, if I were to take an airplane, and take off with the Cessna and just fly it to Chicago right now, I would be shut down before I got there, because I wouldn't be answering the calls from the airspace people. They would be like, you have to turn around or whatever. So the idea that this highly advanced civilization that can create life is not in control of their ship's routes is very hard for me to buy. You know what I mean? I get that David was very intelligent or whatever, but it's like, it's just like, you have to really turn your brain off halfway through these movies. Like once the amazing visual spectacle kind of starts to wear down and you kind of get a grip of yourself, you're not paying attention to like the aesthetic of it, you start to realize this is like very, very childlike. You wouldn't send out idiots on space missions. Yeah, exactly. All of these crews, except like the first Alien movie made sense. Those were space truckers. Alien Earth, this is a the Alien Earth movie it's a science vessel. Why is everyone on a science vessel acting like they should be in a warehouse unloading trucks? You know what I mean? It's like, this is a multi-billion-dollar mission, and you guys couldn't find anybody who does it. Like, they don't close lids. They leave bottles of water open so aliens can spew their, like, whatever disease in there. Like, it's just like, what's going on? Like, why do we have a multi-billion-dollar mission manned by, like, just people who should never have been let off Earth in the first place? People are smarter nowadays. Suspension of disbelief doesn't work. Yeah, it's too much. It's just, you have to disbelieve too much, where your brain just can't take it seriously at a certain point. They don't even have they don't even have PPE, bro. You can't work in a warehouse without. Go work in a warehouse. They make you wear boots, like specific boots, steel toe, glasses, hairnet, gloves, life vest jacket, belt, hard hat. You can't work in a warehouse without all that stuff on yourself. And yet these science vessels that are like, they're like worth more than like 10 lifetimes of a human being. They're like, oh, these people are fine. Yeah, lol, the producer to the writer, you're good, my man. We had a good time in Amsterdam, right? We're gonna send millions on this series. You're gonna do a good, right? Yeah, exactly. And then that guy sits down with ChatGPT That guy sits down with ChatGPT and he's like, you know what I mean, brainstorming, and I don't know. It's just a little too silly, but like I said, because we're already down. We went down the rabbit hole, so now we have to like find out. And the robot girl communicating with the aliens, I didn't hate that idea, but I'm starting to think the initially when they showed the girl with the French haircut, when they first showed her talking to she was doing the noises with her mouth to the alien, and at first I was into it. I'm like, okay, they're gonna explain why she's able to communicate with the alien for whatever god awful reason. But then I kind of realized, based on the writing of the show, that there's not going to be any reason. She just can, and that's just the end of the conversation. Roni Likto. Thank you. Yo, yo, yo. Thank you. This is Thomas Conger. Thank you. Thank you for following me on Twitch. The Twitch is my main thrust. Thank you. Oh yeah, the producer. Yeah, exactly. It's just, and like I said, I understand. We've all worked for big companies, right? Big companies, they have a momentum where things are moving, and it's hard to turn the ship around when you have millions of dollars in lawyers, and you have the producer selecting their people or whatever, the overall manager, and you might be on set knowing that that's a bad idea, but there's no way to stop the train. So a lot of these shows they're not bad on purpose. I just think that's just part of being, like, having a big machine that does something, is you have a lot of inefficiency, right? That's why, like, good gems come out of small studios. Like, truly revolutionary movies come out of, like, a single guy doing something, or like a small team. Because once a big company gets a hold of it, if you've ever worked for a big corporation, you'll feel it. You just can't, you can't say anything. That you, like, you're gonna get told what to do, or you go home. Like, that's just what it is. So I think Alien Earth is, like, it's the best that could be. Like, this is just as good as it gets. You know what I mean? Wow, I'm very yappy today. I just realized that I didn't actually draw for the last 30 minutes. I didn't actually draw. I've just been spewing hate on Alien Earth. Freedom of creative expression is a must. I don't like the Indian kids acting. It's like they're on Disney Channel. Yeah, he does feel like he should be in what was the Disney show early in the 90s? It was like, or early 2000s. It was like that. Remember they used to like spill goo on kids? Like it was like Nickelodeon, and they would have like the show where it's like these kids would do challenges and they had like this green slime. He feels like he should be in line with that. Like, he doesn't need to be in this show. And then, like, when he cold-heartedly, he's like, what about my family? And then he kills somebody who has a family. And I'm like, alright, like, you can understand what it's like to have a family, but the other guy has a family, bro. Like, the series didn't set up why she could communicate with aliens. No, they did not. She just could. It would have been so easy to set up. Maybe she was an anthropologist, Jurassic Park style. Just a quick scene at the beginning of the series showing the main android conversing with the alien stuff. It would have set up fine. They needed to make some kind of a link. Yeah, they needed to make some kind of a meaningful link of why she's able to make the noises to the alien, and then the alien... no, you know what? I think the reason I didn't hate the French girl, I say French, she just looks French because she has a French haircut. The reason I didn't hate her being able to have a communication with the aliens, because I thought they were going to do a Ripley thing. Do you remember when Ripley made that, like, alien thing or something? In the third movie, I think it was like that white weird alien with the backwards legs, and it was like mama or something like that. And I thought they were gonna do like they were gonna like somehow justify it, but then they kind of didn't. They're just like she just can, moving on. So that was kind of annoying. So I just thought they were going into like they were. I just thought they would explain it somehow, but they just didn't. So. Yeah, maybe that's why they were thinking writers didn't properly make it clear if it was their intent. I just think they're gonna. I think they're gonna do like like lazy writing shenanigans. The reason they have her communicating with the aliens is they're going to end up doing like lazy writing down the road, and there's gonna be a moment where they're like running away from the ship, like four of them running into the ship to escape the aliens. Last second, she's gonna stop and she's gonna turn around to the alien because they have no weapons left, and she's gonna turn around down a corridor where the alien is like walking towards her, and she's gonna make the noises, and the alien is gonna be like, "Okay, I won't kill them." That's what they're gonna do. Like we all know like that's where that's headed. They're gonna use it as a way to like write their way out of problems. They didn't explain this, and they're not gonna explain that. That's what's gonna end up happening. Right? Like we all kind of know why they're doing it. They're setting up for like lazy writing down the road. Is going to be Jurassic Park 3 all over again. I haven't seen that movie, so I can't comment too hardly on that. But The characters in Jurassic Park 3 talk to the raptors at the end of the movie. It's schlock heaven. I guess if they just have the scene of a child like talking to the raptors in the beginning of the movie when it's still a baby, then it's like, okay, I buy the schlock. I'll buy some of that schlock. I'm gonna make a prediction. There will be two Xenomorph factions. The ones that are android can talk to, and the nasty Xenomorph that is possessed by the clever eye alien. Very possible. But how does the eye alien get to the Xenomorph's no eye system? I also heard theories that the all of those species that they captured are sort of, they're all like interrelated. Like they're part of the same species group, or like part of that, you know, the black goo they have that creates all this weird stuff. It's sort of part of that. Well, I guess everything is part of that system because the engineers were using that to create humans too. So we're part of the black goo system that they were using. Joe says freedom to express your views without fear that your position critiques a protected class of people, and by default, you become the oppressor. Protect dissent, don't vilify it. Thank you, Joes. I think I agree with what you're saying. I think I agree. Writers will not. Writers will simply not care about the logic of the. Writers will not care about the logic of the established no eye of the xenomorph. The alien will go through the xenomorph's mouths, and there will be a scene where the eye alien tracks through the xenomorph's skull. Yeah, I think that that's not outside the realm of possibility, where they just ignore the what they established 5 seconds ago. I'm just excited to watch and want to see what they did. At this point, yeah, at this point, I think that yeah, like I'm just like we just need to see how much worse or good it's gonna get because I'm just realizing my guys don't have any noses, which would mean they use osmosis to breathe, which is its own kind of a nightmare. I'm just hearing through all the frustrations in the background. I was spreading democracy, but I agree with everything. Jipochi, you're not allowed to spread managed democracy without me. These quills are starting to look a little bit like feathers, and I want them to look like quills that grow out of their backs. So, like the mean-looking, intelligent goat, I enjoy that imagery. Yes, that goat is interesting. She suddenly know how to beatbox. Like, why is she the only smart hybrid in there? So equals do. The brother had the urge to spread democracy. The ultimate happy ending of the story's new form of alien beatboxing. Then one hybrid, the black guy, is acting like a kid playing with water and still hasn't developed like what they expected him to be. Yeah, it does seem like they're kind of going off into like completely random directions in terms of like their like cuz like they had the skinny black guy became a scientist and well and then he like made a bunch of mistakes by opening. Oh my god. Oh, I got to do a shout out. Oh, that's gonna be so hard to spell. Let me do a shout out. No one type anything. Shout out. Anna Lu me no no us studios. I did it right. I think I lost my friends along the way. Oops, I think it's okay, man. We appreciate the raid nonetheless. How was your stream? How was the old stream? If you want to drop your socials in here, I gave you a follow. Good was playing with Creepy Charcoal today. Creepy Charcoal, nice. I've never heard of that, but it sounds fun. I only have. I think mine is French. No, the charcoal I have is French. Creepy stuff and charcoal. Oh, okay, nice. Joe says H.R. Geiger would be proud. Keep grinding and working hard. It's looking great. You are a General's white charcoal type of guy, or do you like the white gel pens? I am a Fibercast style guy. I basically openly fanboy about it at this point. I've gone through a lot of phases, and the Fibercast style stuff seems like it's the more consistent brand. It does what I want. Although I did find a cheaper brand that like does just as well. I forget what it doesn't even have a brand. It's these pencils. These do really well too, but General's Choice, it just doesn't work as well, man. It just doesn't go on stuff as well. In my humble opinion. You know, if somebody likes it, no, you know, it's okay. It's okay that you're wrong. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Back from ads. Whoops. Nice. I literally forgot what I was talking about just a second ago. Sorry for the raid and lure. Gotta run a quick errand. Catch you in a bit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right on. Working that fibercast out. Yeah. They just make good stuff, man. They just make good stuff. Gotta go and do live stuff. Enjoy and thanks for the conversations and amazing artwork. Thank you, Thomas Conger. Thank you. Fan for life. I appreciate that. Comrade Soul says, Privyat Tavarish. Privyat Tavarish. Comrade. Thank you, thank you. Russian? Yeah. Nice. I still can't point where Comrade Soul is from. I'm still trying to like figure it out. I can't pinpoint it down. my god. Comrade Soul says USSR. Nice. Actually, fun fact, I was born in 1990. Yeah, 1990. And that was the last year the Soviet Union existed, so I have like this very weird connection where I'll be like those not World War One, but the Civil War people that are like 98 years old and they like were like in the Civil War. Like I'm gonna be like one of the last remaining few in like 50 years that like have a actual connection to where like I was born in the last year of its existence in Belarus. So. I just think it's a fun factoid. I'll just AFK shower time. Nice. Artex03 says, hello everyone. Hello Artex, how's it going? Lurk, good evening, master of the brush and consorts. Thank you, Magnuros. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the lurk. Dude, these are like the prehistoric prehistoric turtle ninjas. What is the brush you used to do? What? Wait, hold on 1 second. Uh, what does the brush you just used to do? I just kind of spread the dirt around, and then I kind of use the light highlights to dampen the contrast, so I can re-render on top of that. If that makes sense. So I'll apply like my warmer white ivory, and then I will use the brush to kind of muddy it up with and mix it up with like the graphite, and I will render on top of that, and it creates magic. It creates magic. That's so cool. Thank you. Jipochi, are you back? Nice. I'm gonna have to install Discord on my phone, Jipochi, so that when we have movie nights, I can still continue to work after, not on this, but my job, my non-this related job. That way I can kind of do stuff. Because right now I have to sit in front of my computer, which is what limits me. Because sometimes, like, I want to do movie night, but it's just, I just can't. Unfortunately. I know it seems demented to take a brush to the whole thing like indiscriminately like this, but I'm trying to work out this kind of trying to work out a newer style where I implement, you know, different techniques to the rendering style than my normal style. So even though it seems kind of crazy what I'm doing, just know that I meant well. I meant well. Oh, they don't have ear holes. Oh my god. They don't have noses or ear holes. Oops. These humans are very strange. These are the proto-humans. Maybe these could be the origins of the Sons of Mars when they were being experimented on. Sort of a simpler prototype bio sort of human. And then they got advanced enough to get off the Mars 2, the metal planet where they were being experimented on, and became this sort of universe-conquering force. Oh my god. Lucas Exemplar, thank you for the follow. Good decision. Good decision. I approve. Clearly a man of reason. You strike me as a person who read the TNMT comics, did you? And a former player of WoW. No, I did play WoW, but it was a very short stint at my neighbor's house. As someone from Eastern Europe, the idea of paying a monthly payment to play a video game is beyond insane to me. So I never played World of Warcraft as much as I wanted to. You know, but as far as I do like turtles. I am a turtle, not a fanatic, but I'm a turtle enjoyer for sure. Yeah. Not obsessed, but reasonable respect to the turtle groups. They do look like proto turtle ninjas. I just like to. I kind of like the. I like the. I enjoy the sort of. What was I trying to say? I enjoy the. I enjoy drawing like simpler humans, without all the unnecessary parts of the noses and the ears and stuff. Just kind of like a simpler warrior human. I don't know. Maybe this will go into my Sons of Mars lore, where they're like. These were the original experimented on sort of humans that they developed. But I never read the original comics. No, I know the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were like violent or something, but I've never had read those. I was just more of a casual. You know, I watched the cartoon they had in the 90s. Don loves smelling good. Hope everyone had a shower or bath today. Don't be smelling like these creatures. What the? I'm sure they smell nice. The indescribable smell of sweaty aliens. Probably smell like rotten cheese and onions. What the? Jipochi, no they don't. I'm denying these allegations right now. Poor little creatures. To hell with those creatures. I'm just gonna think that these guys are hunting down that guy you drew with a big two-door gate. Oh, that's what was behind the gate in your mind? Well, there was pictures of dragons. This is more like... These are more like little 4 foot, 5 foot tall, like, kind of hunting party. Unless they overtook a dungeon at some point and they just made a home in it. A scout creature told them that the guy had only ancient spell to open the gate. Yo, Homeskilla, misplaced my cell in house, couldn't find it for a while. That'll happen. That'll happen. It fell behind my desk in a weird spot. I had like one of my hearing things, like that I take when I go in the car, like so I can hear podcasts, not through the car. or whatever, and I turned my head and it like fell out and fell like behind and in between the seat, and I couldn't find it. I mean, I knew it was in the car, but like I had to search for it forever, and I was just sitting there. It was like super super annoying. Highly 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 irritating. I just happened to be like looking sideways, so it like fell like between and behind and like under it, and I could see it like fall. I could see it go ping 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 ping, and then like it just went under this. You know how it does that thing where you see it fall and it goes like you're like track, 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 oh under something, and then it's like it's gone, never to be seen again. Who just followed me? JTL, thank you for the follow. All right, we're gonna start on this guy, or maybe do a little bit of the tree. He looks like a little bit like a Pokemon or something. But yeah. That's yeah, it super sucks. Especially like you know that reality is gonna mess with you, and now the Matrix is now gonna hide it behind. Like once you lose track of a bolt, like visually as it's falling down, you know it could spawn in any like it could be anywhere. Once your eye is not seeing it, it's just it's basically teleporting randomly at that point. Just not liking how that face is coming out. I'm gonna have to get serious and put stuff down. There we go. It's like too large too, I think. The other heads are pretty big too, but maybe I should tone it down just a little bit. I'm just not vibing with the vibes of this guy altogether. I'm just like, yeah, he needs to be kind of redone. guess they don't really. The other ones don't really have necks. Never mind. I don't know why I thought it needed a neck. feel like the image on your guys' side, is it a little dark or is it fine? It feels like it's a little dark. You see how it just did that? Like it kind of got darker. It's like the camera sometimes readjusts and it's like, oh, we're going dark mode. Let me see if I can. Brightness. Let's turn off the brightness just a tad. I feel like I'm like every time I look over the camera, it seems like I'm staring into darkness. Not unlike my heart, but. Oh, the music ended. Let's go with something lighter this time. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Back from driving. Good job, Japoji. Nice. Gonna drive again later, lol. Pick up my father. There you go. Okay, there we go. I want this guy to be like the guy that's tracking the blood. You know how hunts go. You gotta like track the footsteps or the blood. So that's kind of like what I'm trying to sort of portray here, with him bending over and sticking his finger in the pool of blood on the tree trunk. Carolina, take care of your father. He'll be proud of you. Nice. Yeah, do take care of your father. Nice. Yeah, should I shave my beard? Or if this can be called a beard, should I shave it or keep it? For those who care. If you don't care, this one. I've honestly only just not done it because I'm so lazy. I just hate how I shave. Nice. I just hate that, like, that first post-shave beard look when you look like a weird alien baby. You guys know what I'm talking about? You just, it's like, what the? Why do I look like I'm 12 all of a sudden? I kind of have to, thanks, Heart, I hope so. I think that I wouldn't shave it if I had like a nice beard, but because it's like scruffy and weird, it's like pointless to like hold on to what isn't like is already not real. You know what I mean? Just like let that dream die. It's, you know what I mean? Just let it die. I'm just kind of looking at their legs right now, and this guy's legs is very small, and this guy's leg is like very big, and I hate the. I want to keep the tribes similar in stature, so I'm gonna have to kind of end this leg right here, because they have like little stubby legs. Yes, you shave. We love younger looking Slav Belarusian photos. If you're annoyed with it, then shave it off. If not, I just like forget about it. Like I just kind of sometimes it bothers me. Like it'll give me like the itchy face, and I'll keep touching my nose because of it. But then it hasn't been bothering me, so I just kind of forgot about it. I do kind of look, I do look a little disheveled right now. It'd be one thing if I took care of it and did something, but I'm just, you guys know me. I'm very simple. But yeah, they love hair care routines. Middle Eastern people here love grooming their beards because their top hair is almost gone. Nice. True. True. You gotta take care of what you have left. You know what I mean? Potato sauce. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. SWAT 104 says, "Hi, you're so good." Thank you, SWAT. I appreciate that you're so good. I'm glad I didn't grow that much because I didn't want another thing to take care of when I go outside. Nice. Sorry, I got distracted by the bow. I was gonna start drawing this tree trunk thing, but I got distracted by the bow. I'm still gonna go, man. There's so much stuff to go back over and redo. Have to go. Keep up the good work. It is so nice to see. Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. my god. Azu for life. Thank you for the follow, Azu for life. Should I put some I feel like I should have like leaves or something. Like, should have like big leaves here. I think that's a good way to represent that there's... Drawing leaves makes it look like there's leaves, you know what I mean? Not leaves, but like, you know those big plants in the forest that just grow, like... If you ever go in the forest, there's like plants there. And that's, I want to kind of sell the idea that there's plants here too. What the? Don't ask me what kind, I don't know what one plant from the other. I just know that some of them saw grassy leaves. Yeah. I can't tell one plant from the other, so they are fantasy plants in a fantasy world. What is the scientific name? Plantos platinum. Plantasiums. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab a piece of cheese. I don't know. I feel like eating a piece of cheese right now. I think like it's because I ate pot stickers. It gave me a bunch of carb energy, and like the carbs just ran out, and like I can feel like my hands almost shaking, like from the carb crash. I'm gonna go eat because I know cheese has carbs in it. I'm gonna go eat like a few slices of cheese so I don't like die. It's so embarrassing to die during stream. It's so embarrassing. I'll be right back. I'm just kidding. I'll eat it right in front of you. It's got pepper jack, so it's extra good. But I need some carbs. Just a little bit. This is good. I'm not gonna stare into the camera while I eat though. Too far. Normally, like, I know most streamers, like, when they take a break, they do like a whole screen off and they leave, but I'll eat it right in front of you. It's more honest this way. Okay. I still have more cheese, but I can't finish it. I guess I'll put it away. Alright, one more slice and we're back to drawing. I gotta wash it down with some water too. I'm eating cheesy macaroni. Nice. Yeah, man, that was a mistake. Eating carbs before this. Like, I was eating mostly meat. Like, meat and stuff. And then, like, I found pasta. I was cleaning out my freezer. And I found pot stickers at the bottom of it. I have, like, this big freezers. And so I ate a whole big thing of it. And I felt wonderful. But, man, the crash is crashing. I'm like, why are my hands shaking? I feel dizzy. I should probably wipe my hands. Oh man, pepper jack cheese is good. For yeah. Pepper jack cheese is like really good. 1 second, I'll be right back. I need to wipe my hands just because we're on stream. You know, just for the stream. It's like I come back and I have cheese all over my hands. Like just cheese. No, I want to have an air of decorum. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you eat chips, if you eat, Doritos too, you got like that orange. You got that orange hue going on. All right, drink water if you get dizzy. It's not that. It's just like I'm telling you. I haven't been eating carbs, and I ate a big carb meal. I wanted to finish it off. You know, whatever. I'm like, it's at the bottom of the freezer. I forgot all about it, so I polished it off this morning. And man, when it like ran out, it's like crash, hands shaking. I want some Doritos. Don't we all? One day when we're all millionaires, we'll buy some Doritos. I went to the gas station the other day. I was looking at candy prices, just looking around, and they had a Laffy Taffy, like a big Laffy Taffy bar. $4.30 or something crazy like that. I remember that stuff used to be like nothing. Like you know, like a piece of candy like that, a one-off. It was like $1.25, maybe $2. Now they're asking borderline $5 for a piece of candy. I'm like, what the? This is crazy. I hate to be a complainer, but I gotta get the complaining out a little bit. My subscribers on my YouTube and my Twitch stream, they're neck and neck. Doritos, lots of carbs. Yeah. Gotta go. Have an amazing evening, everyone. Thank you, Meg Neuros. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Yeah, my YouTube, my Twitch finally caught up to my YouTube, but I can't like overtake it. Wait, let me check my YouTube just really quick. I'm just like, how is it not like? It seems like I get so many more follows on the 1414, 1431. Okay, so now Twitch has definitively won over my YouTube. Finally, it took me like a year, like literally a year of just straight grinding to get to this point. What's weird on YouTube, the views don't really translate. Like, you can have a much smaller population of followers on Twitch, and people will like watch you, and then on YouTube you can have like God knows how many subscribers, and it just doesn't translate to viewers. I think most YouTubers aren't in the mentality of it. Like, they don't care about live streaming as much. They're more into watching videos, which same here. I rarely use YouTube to watch live streaming. Now I have to go by. Okay, Carolina, thank you so much for hanging out. We appreciate the company and the convos about the simulation theory. Got one. You use YouTube for live streams? I'm eating pasta and I'm still hungry as hell. What the F? I think those leaves are turning out all right. Bug Zap. That's right. The Starship Troopers out here. I'm gonna get my lipstick red, wherever that is. It's a little bit overdone. No to Quasar laser cannon, that sucks. I prefer, when I run against the robot race, or the robot faction, I bring anti-material rifle, 500 kg. I have the upgrade for the two 500 kg, so that really makes you a lot more versatile. Sometimes I'll bring the drone robot with me that shoots around me. I've been kind of starting to get away from that strategy and bringing an extra turret that I can pop down. That kind of helps me retreat sometimes, because thing is my primary rifle is that exploding rifle, single shot explosive rifle. So whenever I encounter too many enemies, I have to kind of retreat, and it kind of, I like to throw that turret down, and it kind of helps me cover my retreat a little bit. So either the guard dog or an extra turret, and then I do the emplacement, the anti-attack emplacement, and you can, if you put that in a good position, you can clear entire armies, but like single-handedly. That's my loadout, right? That's kind of what I'm running against the automatons. That's kind of where I'm at. We need one strike missile anti-tank because there's a huge dog like in Star Wars that thankfully my brother has missiles for it. Oh, you mean that new... Yeah, that's a new war bond. I don't... right now I'm not ready to spend money on new war bonds. Just emotionally, I'm just not ready to give up money right now. But I'm saving up my skull points. I'm saving up my skull points. Maybe I'll buy it. If I get to 250 and I don't have enough super credits, maybe I'll buy it. But right now I'm kind of, you know, just emotionally I'm just not ready to give people money. I'm being kind of stingy, but it's just like the prices. It's like everything's so expensive, you know. I'd like the new weapon. I know what missile you're talking about. It buries in the ground, and you can call it in, like an artillery strike kind of thing. But it's a little. It's just right now things are just pricey, man. Felt I don't want to spend much on games though. Most of my games are either gifted or free, and in-game stuff I learned my lesson from Valorant, and I don't want it on the other games again. I think we're gonna see a long life for the Helldivers. I think it's gonna be around for a minute, if I'm being honest. Blood. What the? Hope so, and they should fix their dragons and caves if we want to see how long their game lasts, because that was bananas. Yeah, the um figure it out with Lime says hello. Hello, Lime. Um the 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 caves were absolutely atrocious. Like really criminally like unplayable, really bad, terrible. Like they're so glitched out. Everyone is killing each other. It was like, where do I go? I'm at the objective. Nothing is happening. Yeah, like it was just really not. It was the opposite of fun. A bunch of people on Reddit asked me as to be drawn. I posted the progress of her. She seems pleased. She says she was blown away. Nice. Still have a long way to go. Nice. Love the music, very intense. All these Foros creatures have great teeth. Nice. They sure do. They must have a heck of a dental plan. Well, they say they find skulls from like a long time ago that had like perfect teeth back in the day for whatever reason. They say, I don't know if that's true. I've heard that they find skulls right around the world, and depending on the era, some of how they date certain skulls, like what era they came from and all that, is they look at the teeth and the structure of the jaw, because there were certain eras where you didn't really see like misshapen jaws and like the rows of teeth being compressed because of their diet or whatever, and because they didn't have carbs and sugar, their teeth never suffered from cavities. I don't know, that's just something I heard though. I'm not like claiming it, but I don't know that to be the fact, but that's what I heard, that the dental stuff became an issue. Like now you can still chip your tooth and stuff like that. I'm just saying in terms of the structure of the jaw and the teeth and stuff, things were pretty solid back in the day. Especially the pre farming, the pre agricultural people had that thing going on where they didn't have teeth issues. Plus, these guys are like aliens, so who knows? Maybe their teeth grow back. Oh, good sneeze. Oh, good sneeze. Sheesh, bless. Thank you, Japochi. Thank you for the bless. I needed that. I'm at 6:06, guys. I have to go. I have work to do, unfortunately. I'd stay for 7 hours, but I don't want to be up till like 12 doing it. So I'm gonna go head out and do my side work, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll continue the hunt. Very fun picture. Thank you guys for hanging out. Let me raid you guys out. Bye YouTube. 9 viewers on YouTube. Nice. Thank you guys. Bye. Peace. Thanks for the stream. Yep. Bye YouTube. Goodbye. And I'm gonna stop.